Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 13 allies. We're going up against 24 enemies, and we are off with JR in first place, Ginger Gamers in second, Lucifer is in third. Yeah, let's see. JR, Lucifer, Ginger Gamer, and what do we have left? Nothing. We're done. We've won. JR 926 is in first place, 3 kill, 5 assist. Ginger Gamer's in second place, 5 kills, and Lucifer is in third, 3 kill, 1 assist. We've got healers, we've got barbarians, we've got nobody claiming those at this time. So, Catacrack gets healed. I'm Mr. Fluffy to you, gets barbarians. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And let's see, what am I putting down at this point? Place vampires, place rogues, place phantoms. So vampires. Where are my vampires? I haven't used them in a while, so they are right here. You're getting a soul. A vampire with a soul. Imagine that. Oh, wait, no. Buffy's done it. Don't have to imagine. Of course. Who in the audience knows what Buffy is? Alrighty. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. It is 8 p.m. 8 a.m. So time for me to visit the shop. Where, wrong button. Monks get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. Come on. Thank you. I am above 25. I get another refresh. That is that. So now I can say it. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to check in on the viewer side where archers get purchased. Ooh. I am above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. I get another refresh. Holy cow, you guys are generous today. I am above 60. And that is that. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. Should join this one again sometime, but gotta run to a festival soon. To festivity. Well, thank you for dropping by, Aldous. And yeah, I do understand that today I'm probably gonna be alone online. Like, there's not going to be a lot of people, which is fine. It is a conscious decision. Um, yeah, and quiet day today. Tomorrow is my day off. Tomorrow is when it's not like I'm going to celebrate. Like, I don't celebrate, but tomorrow is is my day off. I'm going to be watching something. I'm going to watch probably a couple of movies. I bought myself chicken pot pie and apple pie, and like, I'm going to make it something nice, but I don't visit friends. I don't visit family. I have no friends. I don't. That's not true. And like I don't do anything for the holidays. I'm not a celebrator. Alrighty. So today is a read and correct day. So For those who are new to this, I don't think you're new, Aldous, but who knows? Maybe there's somebody on YouTube who watches this for the first time. These are where I read a chapter from one of my books and correct it as I go. While I'm doing that, I am recording, so I will be ignoring the chat. And should the chapter run long, the Stream Raider battle will be delayed. To keep that from happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 57 of The Captain's Heart. How long until we reach our territory? Gargaran asked, stepping to the center of the bridge. Slightly over 31 hours, Captain. The Kelsarian in the pilot position answered. Eventually, well, in second draft, they're pretty much everyone. I want to get a name because this is Gargaran's ship. I don't expect him to know absolutely everyone on it, especially not when it comes to the civilians. But, you know, his crew, yeah, he should know them. Contact the Asharik's Wrath. See if their captain's available. A short, barely audible conversation, and a mail appeared on the screen. Captain Gargaran Sela El Havnir. How goes the hunt? The mail was short, with a small muzzle and unusually large ears atop a dark sand-colored fur. The pale blue eyes had an innocence to them Gargaran knew firsthand hid a cunning mind. The hunt was successful. All that's left is for those by the fire. Those at the fire to enjoy the kill. How does the line stand, Captain? Letir Timar Irlan Ren Tifir. The Bane is a day away. I'm glad to hear that. It'll be good to have everyone at their post. Anything I need to know about? The Wrath's captain wasn't one to worry needlessly. The usual, he replied dismissively. The stalker had to deal with Ridoshi boarding a Kersotaran ship to engage in, and I'm going to italize that, in trade. Sometimes I think just M&BM had a hand in making them. You'd think they could finally understand that they need to restrict trade to the stations and not just capture a ship, take what they want, and leave the equivalent behind for that crew to deal with. How many injured? Oh, 24 Radoshi. The Kersotaran, as you'd expect, didn't take well to the whole thing and were fighting them off when the stalker reached them and brought it to an end. Someone might have to cover their section of the line at some point. Junikt Terran thinks they're going to be called in to report as part of the lawsuit. Which side's suing which? His opposite rolled his eyes. Which one do you think? The Radoshi are claiming they were attacked without provocation. That trade is approved under Federation law, and that's all they're doing. Let me deal with the Kershotaran or the Reoseft any time instead. I agree. Is your ship's alpha available? I'm sure she'll be happy to talk to you. Before you could ask about the tone, the screen shifted to a show of female reading a tablet, feet on her desk. Unlike her mate, she was tall, a head more than Gargaran, with piercing gray eyes and incisors he was certain she had modified to show even when with her mouth closed, but she claimed they were natural. Her fur was a gray lighter than her eyes and managed to always look dirty. Her eyes flicked to the right of the tablet before looking up and smiling. Yeah, it's a lot of eyes, I think. Eyes there, eyes there. Ugh. She glanced to the right of the tablet before looking up and smiling. Galgadon, she said, lazily stretching. Well, okay. It's Galgadon. she said, lazily stretching his name the way she always did. Do you ever stop standing? Do you ever stand? Dear, how dear? He countered. How do any of your betas respect an alpha? Actually, that should be capitalized. An alpha who's always lounging. Easily. I bet those I have to punch the rest. You'll be amazed at the respect either gets you. I like my respect to be less combative, she replied. Then there's always sex. Dirardir Taman Danirag Sulfair had become a legend within the first year of their academy. The first year, within their first year of academy. Named to honor the god of sex and pleasure, she had been challenged more times than he could remember to prove she deserved it. She'd left males and females exhausted in their bed as she went back to her classes as if nothing had happened. He'd made her acquaintance within a month of the year's start when he'd interposed himself in what he saw as an unfair fight against her. The three males hadn't appreciated not being able to keep up with her in bed, so they'd planned on showing her they could stand up to her in a fight. They'd been wrong. Gregory Ann hadn't landed a punch before he was taken out, and she'd wiped the floor with them by her lonesome. He'd accompanied her to the medical bay afterward as his way of apologizing for not having been able to help. I definitely like my sex less combative, she laughed. Anything you want to talk about between you and your mate? He sounded irritated when he transferred me to you. She waved the comment aside with a gesture that was identical to her mate. He challenged me to bet as many of the attendants at our 10th mating celebration. Okay, that's all I need to know. Any news I need to know? Meh. Any news important news on the line? You already told me about the stalker. 3 ships have gone missing, she replied in a tone serious, although she kept lounging. 2 Calcarians, 1 Shimbarian. Out of territory or taken? No one knows at this point, no wreckage along their trail, but they also haven't been to the stations they were destined, or contacted anyone. Any pirate ship reported along the trails? He barely stopped himself from asking for Tahornian ships. Nothing confirmed. You want the reports? You might have fun looking over the data. Send it. Done. How went your hunt? Brought back the corpses the FSB wanted? They're feasting on it already. We're limping until our reactor's repaired. She looked at him in horror. Your engineer's dead? He laughed. No. She'd met Alex, and she'd been left with the impression that the gods acted through him when it came to his reactor. But he was incapacitated. The gods meddled. She gave him a dismissive snort. Really? It had surprised him how little she believed in the gods meddling, considering she was named after one. She believed things happened because of careful planning or lack thereof. I'll be sure to let Alex know you think he caused the reactor to fail. I didn't say that, Chiarita said. You sort of did. I'm not going to report falsehood to him. Fine, they meddled. And why, do tell, would the gods meddle in your hunt? Turns out my heart is an earther engineer. She stared at him. You found your heart? The great, I'm too busy with the hunt for that. Krager on the Hell has, okay. Salahavnir has found his heart? Wait, did you say earther? That's a thing? You do know earthers are the species we are shepherding within the Federation, right? We've been in contact with them for 40 plus years. She rolled her eyes. Yes, I'm aware earthers are a thing. I'm asking about them being your heart. How does that happen? Just beryllium metals, he replied solemnly. Or are you going to claim it happened because I didn't plan properly? On that scale, we're dealing with the gods, he snorted. Good luck telling one of them about not planning as they should. How's that little pirate of yours? She asked instead of risking a reply. My quartermaster's behaving. She grinned. Any idea what he's up to? Jeremy followed the direction technician Pretiros Carnilar Tenim gave him and still wasn't sure he was heading in the right direction. Jeremy had snapped at the technician for No reason. Other than the headache he'd been nursing all morning had gotten to be too much, and he hadn't been able to stop himself. Praetorus Carnilar Tenem had reached him before Turok and interposed himself. It had given Jeremy time to gain control. What followed was an explanation of caffeine withdrawal, what coffee was, the fact the ship didn't have any or even the print for it, and confirmation that medical would deal with this by confining him to quarters until he was over the worst of it. Turek had respectfully suggested Jeremy do that, since the engineer snapping for no reason wasn't good, while Proteros Carnilar Tenim had said he should talk to the quartermaster. Turek had been annoyed at this suggestion. It seemed the quartermaster could get things the ship didn't officially have. Shouldn't have. Shouldn't have. So, Prateros Carnilar Tenim had given Jeremy directions that didn't match those of the quartermaster's office, and he had followed them, and now he was thinking this had been a joke too. There should be 15, someone yelled in the distance, according to the manifest. Well, if that wasn't them, they'd be able to tell him where he could find the quartermaster. The room he entered was what he imagined the quartermaster's area to be. A bare room with a counter at the back where a copper-furred Calcarian leaned on it, looking at a tablet. 23 of that. They stared at him, standing in the doorway. Zaniel, you're going to want to come and see this. Unsure what to expect, Jeremy remained where he was. What do you want me to... The Calcarian that stared at him was slightly smaller than the other one, leaner with gray fur. His eyes darted about, before looking at him again. That's the Arthur, right? The copper female, he was confident of that, asked. That's not just the Arthur. Xeniel replied, grin forming. That's the captain's heart. I didn't know that was true, she said, and Jeremy decided now was the time to approach. Why do you think he chose him? He typed a message on his tablet. Studied a ballad. Xenia replied, the gods arranged this. He licked his lip. And I do want to find out why. I don't know. Seems that without the fur, he might as well be Tahornian. He's nothing like them. The male gaze clearly went to Jeremy's crotch. I'll need to get him out of those to tell you if Earthers are made like the lizards there. Is there anything out there you haven't taken to bed? She demanded. You've been to my bed. What do you think? You've been, not to, in. You've been in my bed. What do you think? Jeremy smiled at them and placed the tablet on the counter, turned so they could read what he'd written. Hello, my name is Jeremy. I can't speak Calcarian because my voice box won't let me, but I understand it perfectly. Her ears folded back against her skull and almost vanished in the short fur, while Xeniel's grin broadened. Then I don't have to worry about making myself understood. What's it going to take you to my bed? Jeremy narrowed his eyes. Over my fucking dead body? He took the tablet and typed. You are wasting your time. I've been told you might be able to get me coffee. He had to write the word by hand since Calcarian didn't have a word for it, or a letter to letter translation. I like to think of it as an investment of my time, Xenia replied, returning the tablet. The female had vanished somewhere in the back. Sometimes I don't get anything out of it. Others? He looked Jeremy over again. I get a lot. What's that? He pointed to the tablet. Coffee, Jeremy said, and the Calcarian repeated it. It took 3 tries, but the word was mostly recognizable. The print will be enough for me. I don't know how I'm going to get an Earther-only item, or how expensive it might end up being, he grinned. You get me the print, I'll find a way to pay you. You try to take me to bed, and I'm going to rip whatever you have down there out. Jeremy smiled as he handed the tablet. Then he laughed. I see why the gods matched the two of you. He handed the tablet back. I'll see what I can do, and I'll ask for the payment up front. How do I address you? That felt too easy. Either he lied about how difficult coffee was to get, or he was planning something. Jeremy couldn't tell which. Engineer Jeremy Bradshaw. Engineer Jeremy Bradshaw. Senior repeated. You may address me as Quartermaster Xeniel Aher Tahalan. Tahalan. I look forward to the day we'll use shorter names. Jeremy eyed the mail suspiciously. Definitely planning something. Thank you, Quartermaster. He headed out. You'd have to ask Gragoran what the punishment was for castrating a male who didn't take no for an answer. What are you doing? The female asked. Looking for when I can get Earther implanted. I'm going to have to be able to talk with him if I want a chance. Are you courting Zesbilium? She replied, sounding horrified. Isn't the captain already angry enough at you? Not the gods bed I go to. Then I replied, you know what, casually. And what better way to get in his good grace than through his heart? Jeremy figured that if it came to it, Gagarin would understand why he did it. If he knows what's good for him, Gagarin grumbled, the quartermaster isn't planning anything. And that concludes chapter 57 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Righty. Go here. Okay. Come on. I will also need this. So January 11th is the last one. That's this 14th. Actually, don't have to do that since I put that directly in it. Actually, no, it cannot. It's actually not done. Need to remember. So I'm gonna need to make sure to put that on ring. Okay. Now. You know, not taking into account however I screwed up. Lose track of this? Yes, I did. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 29 allies. We're going up against 52 enemies. Dapken starts us in the lead. Arc-10 is in second. Decanizer is in third. And let's see. Dapken's still in the lead. Arc-10 second. JR takes over third place. And we are about to beat. There we go. We're done. We've won. Arc-10 Telemetros makes it to first place. 10 kill, 2 assist. Damken is in second place. 4 kill, 8 assist. And Phoenix Falcon Bane is in third. 8 assist. We've got bombers. We've got healers. We got nobody claiming those. So, Arc-10 Telemetros gets healers. And JR 926 gets bombed. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And another vampire. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty. And I will do another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I've got the correct image up. I will start the recording and see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are when I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 58 of The Captain's Heart. Engineer. The voice wasn't that of a technician, as was the norm, but that of the ship's captain. Captain, he replied, amused and feeling odd at using the title. But rank was important for Kelsarians, and some situations, Gradran had explained, required them regardless of the familiarity of the people involved. This was work. Personal involvement wasn't appropriate. Jeremy had opinions about that one, but in the end he'd agreed to respect his heart's request. We have entered Kelsarian territory. As you ask, we are coming to a full stop and shutting down everything that draws on either reactors. You will be able to proceed with the checks needed to switch us over to the repaired one. Thank you, Captain. Engineer out. And when he told Gralgaran that he'd finally replaced every board in the reactor, Jeremy had expected all he'd have to do was get repaired to go over the power conduit dedicated to carrying that throughout the ship, then turning it on, shutting it down, and everything would be then turning it on, shutting the backup. Shutting the backup down and everything would be done. He hadn't realized how extensive a ship's reliance on the level of power the reactors generated was. Doing the checks of those conduits meant everything that got powered from them had to be turned off, and that had turned out to be more than just the propulsion. He should have expected that weapons would be dependent on them, but Jeremy still wasn't used to thinking of it as the Viper's bane, thinking of the ship. Of the ship as the Viper's bane instead of the brave traveler. One was a merchant ship without need of high-power weapons. The other definitely needed them. So Gralgaran had told them the changeover would happen once they were back within the safety of their own territory. He sent the written message he'd prepared earlier. He'd already had such an exchange with the I need a title, but I can't think of one for the leader of the repair crew of the repair pack. And in preparation for this moment, the ship is being powered down. The reactors will be set offline. Your pack will be free to check and repair anything required. Good hunting. That last one he'd added after asking Thurrock how such exchanges were closed. Good luck was translated to something good luck translated to something of the effect you know what, to something meant that means Zanila Haran walk with you, or may you find comfort in his bed, and that hadn't felt appropriate. The hunt had come up in discussion with Gargaran in relation to the work he did, and since his position was referred to as hunters, it had made sense through Jeremy, but it wasn't exclusive to the military. A hunt could be used to refer to any work a Kelsarian did, but usually something that spread over time, space, or, in this case, both. He had been told to expect the packs would need close to 6 hours before they could be done. That would take them well into the next ship, but I'd reassured him she'd consider this an emergency situation. Gragaran had confirmed it, adding he would stay on duty until the ship was underway again. He activated the comm to the engineering room. Technicians, as I informed you, we are starting the transition. Repairs will need 6 hours, so during that time, personnel is being reduced to the minimum required to supervise civilian power. The rest are dismissed for the day. Enjoy your families. Determining who was staying behind had been more work than Jeremy had expected. He'd gone to them at the start of the shift and asked for volunteers, which had left them confused. When he'd asked for who wanted to stay behind, no one volunteered. He'd explained those positions needed to be filled in case of an emergency, which they well knew. Even Thurrock remained silent. In the ad, he'd pointed to them, announced they were staying behind. He'd pointed at some of them, pointing out they were staying behind, and they nodded, as if that it had been what they'd expected. If he'd pulled that with the techs on the station, he would have been pulled in by Dr. Manuel for a serious talk about how he had to treat his subordinates. He contacted one of the two technicians at the backup reactor after confirming the ship was fully powered down. Technician Preteros Carnilaire Tanim, you are clear to shut down the backup. Then you can both go home and enjoy your families. Thank you, engineer. You as well. With Gregor working, Jeremy planned on making use of the MT engineering to further familiarize himself with how things worked. The ship's engineer might be happy letting the technicians handle everything that didn't relate directly to the reactor, but Jeremy wanted to be prepared for when something else went wrong. There was a knock. "You can come in, Turok." It had been the alternate they decided on to account for Jeremy's narrower hearing range. Everyone has been released. Everyone that's been released has left. Good. He looked through the files for the power grid and pulled up the section for engineering and the surrounding decks. Someone cleared their throat. "Sorry. Thank you for telling me." Turek rolled his eyes. "You said we were down to bare minimum personnel, Jeremy." "I'd sent everyone home, but someone said that shouldn't happen that someone said that shouldn't happen. Oh, if we aren't docked. It shouldn't happen even if we are docked," his friend replied. Even when the gods don't meddle, things can go wrong. I'll keep that in mind." The sigh made Jeremy glance at his friends, who now looked annoyed. "What?" "You are not part of bare minimum personnel." "I figured as much. I'm going to—" "No." Jeremy turned the chair to face Turek. "Excuse me?" "You are not staying here, working, while you have sent nearly everyone home." "Are you going to argue with your engineer?" He crossed his arm over his chest. "Have you suddenly forgotten this rank thing you guys are always insisting on?" "You're the one who has forgotten you sent me home. You aren't my engineer right now. You are my friend, and I'm not letting you keep working." "It's not like I have anything else to do. Growl's staying on the bridge until the reactor's back up." "That's good. Then you are coming with me." Jeremy looked at his friend askance. "I have apologized for hitting on you the other day, so you know I'm not interested in you that way." Another roll of the eyes. "Unlike what you seem to believe about us, not everything we do is about sex. The way you talk about it so openly sure makes it seem like it." Now Turek smiled. "Then think of this as my way of demonstrating otherwise. Look, yes, I know, you'd rather throw me out, lock the door, and bury yourself in work, but you have ended the shift. Now it is time to live. You aren't going to drop this, are you? Not even if I need to throw you over my shoulder and carry you." With a defeated sigh, he shut down the system and stood. Once they reached the bottom of the stair, Turek placed an arm around Jeremy's shoulder. "Trust me, you're going to enjoy this." Belatedly, Jeremy realized he didn't feel the hint of discomfort he'd expected to fight at the touch. The exercise he'd been going through to get himself ready for Gralgaran seemed to have programming and let him be comfortable with casual touching too. The exercises he'd been doing to get himself ready for Gralgaran seemed to have overwhelmed the programming and let him be comfortable with casual touching too. The promenade wasn't busy. Their shift was the middle of the night, so many of the civilians slept. Because their crew worked regardless of which shift it was, the stores didn't entirely shut down, but they slowed. "I know I have money," Jeremy said tentatively, "but I don't know that I'll enjoy shopping for stuff I don't need." "I'm not taking you to a store," Trick replied. "I'm taking you to meet someone who has been looking forward to this moment for some time. Please tell me this isn't some matchmaking thing. I've already had a few people give me their short name. I really have no interest." His friend chuckled. "She wouldn't do that." Two storefronts, and he opened the door. The window was covered, and the only lettering on it was "Near la Cassar cell for the Sierra parlor." Inside, the lighting was lower, and a soft breeze carried a pleasant smell he couldn't place. Waist-high tables were near each wall, and on the left and right at regular intervals. "Thur!" one of the two people inside greeting them, the voice nearly the definition of a purr. To Jeremy's ear, as she approached, a couldn't tell how, but he was confident this was a woman. He was getting better at making the distinction without having to look for a bump in the crotch. Near. Turek replied, and they embraced, rubbing muzzles. I don't need it together. I'm glad you came, she said, stepping back. I promised I'd introduce you to the engineer. She smiled. Engineer, I am near Lacassar cell for Desserrar. I welcome you to my parlor. You're speaking English, he said, surprised. It's what they call Earther, Turek added. I told you she'd been looking forward to meeting you. Please address me as Jeremy Bradshaw. It's the entirety of my name, he added. A few people had given it to had been embarrassed, thinking it was a shortened version. Even those with only two parts to their name, like the psychologist, had a length to them. His didn't match. I'd rather not have a title when friends, Turek, or mates of friends address me. It's not something actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm not going, because what I'm realizing is that Earther is not them using an English word. It's what human has been translated to in Kelsarian/Federalese, because how the nomenclature is built. It's addressed a little earlier, and I may have to tweak that a little bit. Then welcome, Jeremy Bradshaw. Be at ease and let me soothe your body. He hesitated. What does that mean? Turek rubbed muzzle with her as he passed. I'll let you explain what you do. Well, Ritatan de pro Sibate de Can does it to me. He was already removing his vest. The man at the back moved to one of the table. I and those who work for me give massages. We tend to the weary body, and sometimes those who simply want the pleasure of having their body relaxed. She motioned to the table closest to them. Jeremy looked at his friend again, who only to look away as he pulled down his pants. Does it have to be naked? She looked over her shoulder, took in the sight, and smiled at him. Is nudity something Earthers consider taboo? In public, yes. This isn't public. This is my establishment. Okay. I'm not comfortable with people looking at my naked body. I see. She stepped to the table and motioned to him. Once he was next to it, she tapped a control on the wall, and the air between them and the rest of the room turned opaque. Is this better? He studied the discomfort. There was no oozing to it, so it was his. The idea of undressing before her, a stranger, made him uncomfortable. He couldn't decide if it was because he'd spent his life avoiding being naked with someone else or something deeper. He had gotten naked for his doctors as part of medical checkups, and his stomach had barely reacted. Not that he could take what it meant the same as before, but it did mean he hadn't been particularly uncomfortable. Was this any different? He took off his jacket and hung it. Can you raise the temperature 6 degrees? Without fur, the standard one is chilly for me. Without clothing. The shirt came off easily, and she looked at him with what he thought was a critical eye. It certainly wasn't the appreciation she had given Turek's naked body, or the way Gargaran looked at him. He kicked off the shoes, then his hand froze once he undid his pants. He realized that, like Gargaran, Turek didn't wear underwear. Maybe the fur rendered that unnecessary. He let out a breath, hooked his at the same time, and pushed the pants down, then stepped out of them. He fought the urge to cover himself, and instead rubbed his arms against a not quite gone chill. There was no expression when she looked him over. Her gaze didn't even slow as it lowered, and he relaxed. Do you know how to massage a body like mine? I mean, I'm not built exactly like a Kelsarian. I have studied the files that have been made available to the public. Earther physiology was part of that. I'm curious how the text compared to the reality. She patted the table. Lie on your stomach. Thor told me you are reluctant to be touched in a casual manner. Are there parts of your body you want me to avoid completely? He chuckled. I think I've overcome the problem I've had with casual touching, but I'd really prefer you don't touch anything sexual. You don't have to be concerned about that. This is purely about relaxing the body. She applied oil to his back with a firm touch that had an exploratory feel to it. She followed the contour of his muscles from his doing that. Don't know why I keep from the from his neck to his lower from his neck. You know what? I don't need this. From neck to lower back. Then along his side. He was surprised his ticklish spot wasn't triggered. When she applied pressure, it was gently gentle again. There was a sense of testing what his muscle took. It was nice. He'd used a massage bed a few times after arduous training to loosen his muscles, but it hadn't matched this. I will be starting, she said, and he chuckled lazily. If I press too hard at any point, I need you to tell me. The texts were accurate, but they didn't have information regarding the kind of stress your muscles can take, or what it takes to undo the knots I have felt. He nodded, and her hand moved again. He blushed at the moan that escaped his lips. He wasn't sure Gagarin's touch had felt this nice. She made it to the middle of his shoulder blades, and her fingers moved around the spot as if, fuck! He tried to relax. That hurt! The touch lightened. I will apply pressure again, but slower. Let me know if the pain returns. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep it to myself. This time it wasn't so much pain as tension that built until that's getting close to too much. She waited a few seconds, then did it again, stopping when he told her to. Another wait, and she went again. It took her 5 attempts to find the correct pressure, or it was how it felt to him, as he didn't feel any of the pain. There was one wince when she worked on another knot, but none with the ones after that. He was so relaxed that when she instructed him to roll over onto his back, he didn't realize what he'd be exposing until the air brushed over his cock, and then he just couldn't get himself to care. He was soft, so he was fine. His might be the first human cock she'd seen outside of those files, but it couldn't be the first one entirely, since naked seemed to be how this went for everyone. When she was done, she had to help him sit, then had him drink something that was sweet and salty. I don't know if Earthers need this after a massage, she explained, but we do. We need to get extra hydration and extra electrolytes to help prevent muscle tension from returning. If they aren't stretched properly. Tastes good, so I don't mind. He didn't feel as tired as he'd expected, considering he'd felt at the edge of sleep during most of it. Once he finished it, she helped him stand, and he was steady. He dressed, and they walked through the opacity. Thurick was there quickly enough. Jeremy only noticed he was naked before he was behind his mate, holding and nuzzling her. Thur, she chuckled, but didn't fight it off. Your friend's still here. Thurick raised an eye. Can I trust you not to go back to work? I'd rather do something with my mate you claim we talk too publicly about than see to it you relax. His hands were under her vest, near the waistband. You have my word. I'm heading to my quarters from here. He backed to the entrance as she giggled and pressed back. Have fun, he felt compelled to say before exiting. The idea of the fun they were going to have stayed with him during the walk. The fun he hoped to be ready to have soon. that he thought he was ready. He certainly no longer freaked out when he inserted it anymore. As he reached his quarters, he'd have to take a shower, a cold shower, or deal with what his imagination had triggered. He entered to the sound of the shower running. "Growl?" he called out, heading for it. "I thought you were staying on the bridge." He took off his jacket and didn't care where it dropped. "I just came to wash. I'll head back afterward." His shoes and sock went left and right. His shirt landed on his seat. "What have you been doing?" his heart asked. Thurrock introduced me to his mate. His pants and underwear stayed where he stepped out of them. "She gives massages. It was nice." Gregor laughed. "I know. Dresden ends one too. I get one from him every so often." Jimmy stepped into the shower. "Now, about you returning to the bridge." He pushed his heart to the wall. "I hope they can manage without you, because you have something a lot more important than looking after the ship to do right now." And that concludes chapter 58 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, wow, that's cold. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies. And Phoenix starts us in the lead. Decanizer takes over, is in second. Whoop. Karakai takes over first. Phoenix is in second. Arcten is in third. And we're already almost done. Will we even reach the battle? Doesn't look like it. Nope. We're not even needed. JR 926 is in first place, 3 kills, 7 assists. Crack is in second place, 4 kill, 6 assists. And Phoenix Falcon Bane is in third with 9 assists. We've got gold, and neither the lady nor the captain are there. We've got fairies, and I saw a Decanizer. So, Mavin Maverick gets the gold. And we move on to the gold chest. On the way to the skin one. And I'm gonna go over here. Vampire, rogues, and phantoms. So vampires again. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter. Confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I've got the correct image up. I will start the recording and see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 10 of Stepping Wild. And I did not. Okay. The sign swinging in the breeze had an armor without the wearer, holding a shield and with a knife emblazoned on it. It told Tibbs that he'd find the armor he was aiming to buy here, as well as other items, should he let the merchant know of their common affiliation. The display room advertised the woman's success by its largeness. Stands displayed full armor sets in different leather, from those designed for comfort over protection, all the way to thick leather that didn't offer quite as much protection as metal armor, while impeding motion just as much. Those would be quite problematic when traveling. Tibbs knew that firsthand. You know what? Tibbs knew firsthand. The enchanted armor Stowe had made him far more flexible than the heavy leather ones displayed here, but still thick leather. He'd worn it all day and night during his escape and had discovered how uncomfortable sleeping in it was, but he'd learned the danger of being woken up in the middle of the night by bandits and not wearing armor. Once he'd become a guard, he'd had the luxury of sleeping without it since, even at night, he, there were patrols. Oh, okay, no, never mind. Even on nights, wait, what happened here? Because even on nights, since even on nights when he had patrols, he was afforded plenty of hours of sleep. Plenty of hours to sleep. Time to sleep. Outgrowing it had left him with mixed feeling. He'd switch to lighter armor, both because he was more comfortable and he'd regain enough essence to add to his protection with etchings, but he hadn't wanted to get rid of Stowe's gift. Coming up with reasons had proved challenging. He wanted to bring it back to his mother. Had worked for a few years, then he'd grown enough to make that claim dubious. Welcome to Madame's Leather and Shield, the merchant greeted with an appraising smile. Looking to protect yourself while traveling, enhance your bearing. Maybe you have challenged someone and are looking to survive the encounter. Whatever your need, Madame will meet them for the right price. He replied, studying the hard leather armor on the stand. She chuckled. For the right price, anything can be had. He faced her. She was tall, her blonde hair in a braid over her shoulder, but easy to move out of the way if she needed to fight. The flowing silk shirt and pants were loose for quick motion and hid whatever muscles she had. Her blue-green eyes didn't hide her cunning. I'm going to be a runner. They've classed me as a fighter, so I need an armor and a shield for defense and a mace to fight with. She studied him again. A fighter? He shrugged. I was equally bad at locks and the mace. They need fighters more than anything else. Her smile was filled with understanding. It's good to keep secrets. They can help you survive places like dungeons. I don't carry weapons, but I can direct you to a reliable associates if you are satisfied with my offerings. Are you looking to blend in among the other fighters or ensure you survive? Blend in, and I doubt I can afford anything metal as armor. I have competitive payment. He raised a hand. I'll pay outright. I have no doubt you are as honest as a merchant can afford to be, but I've had unpleasant experience with having to pay over time. She sighed. It's an unfortunate reality of my trade that I, at times, suffer for others' behavior. Still, I'll do my best to show my honesty. Hopefully, by the time you need to upgrade, you'll be willing to get what will serve you best, regardless of how much you obtain from the dungeon. Your ensured survival will mean extended business from you. She walked him through the armors on display, as well as pieces that could be added, explaining their benefits, their weakness, and their weakness, which had the mobility, but what had to be sacrificed for softer joints, or the layered leather. How the metal strips attached to the leather would let him take a blow, but how the added weight would slow him down. Among the descriptions and explanation were hints that she could add modifications, ways to ensure he got more out of the dungeon if he had the coins for them. He ignored those. While he'd identified himself as sharing a trade, he intended to do the runs only as a fighter. He settled on one with metal plates on the forearms for his sword arm, and the upper arm for both. He couldn't have her make the forearms looser to accommodate his bracers without having to explain why he needed to go into dungeon wearing those ancient things. And as much as he hated the idea, he needed to do the runs without them. the temptation to use essence and the essence in them would be too strong. He included repairs to the purchase as they haggled. In return, she limited how damaged the armor could be and how much she charged for anything beyond that. With the price agreed on, she took his measurements and he left to retrieve the coins from his holding institution. No one paid him much attention as he walked within the noble's neighborhood. His attire wasn't that of even a low noble, but he fit among the workers they employed. He didn't know how expensive housing was in this city. He'd learned, eventually, from listening to people talk. There was no avoiding that. The longest it had taken him The longest it had taken him was a couple of weeks. He didn't have to be told that these houses, which could fit 4 times their current occupants, on lots that could have another house built there, cost more than nearly the entire city's population could afford. Just like, without trying, he'd eventually find this city street. He understood there would always be those on top and those at the bottom. He'd read enough to know that even if he tore down an entire kingdom and rebuilt it as fairly as possible, in time some would have and others would not. He hated how those who had sneered at those who didn't, as if they chose to be on the street. He didn't know how he and Mama ended up there, but he was certain it hadn't been her choice. He walked among those wasteful houses until the sun disappeared over the roofs, crossing it multiple times in different directions so that the guards at the entrance of the 3-story house he decided on didn't realize how often he walked by it. When he had the time, he'd find out who lived there. If they turned out to be one of the rare and decent nobles, he'd find a way to make up what he'd take from them tonight. From one of the worst take tonight, he'd find a way to make up what he'd take from them tonight. From one of the worst of the nobles. Maybe someone who already caused these people trouble. But that was for later. And if they were decent. Right now, he chose it because it provided easy access. The upper window's protection was in the form of an old enchantment. The weave was sufficiently frayed. He wasn't sure if it did. Was sufficiently frayed. He wasn't sure it did anything. It had houses close enough at the back he'd be able to jump the distance easily. The people he sensed moving about the house had no metal on them he identified as armor or weapons. They might have guards inside once they went to bed, but didn't expect problems from them. The one complication he foresaw was the safe. It was in a room on the ground floor in the center of the house. The head of the household's office, probably. Entering through the ground window would be the most expedient way, if not for their protection. The nobles hadn't let the enchantment on those windows deteriorate. While he'd worked out how to tease or weave strands apart until he had a gap to pass through, better enchantment had more strands, which meant he'd need more time, and each strand was a chance of something to go wrong. He looked at the high windows. They had to be it. And he needed to make his way down while avoiding guards and night servants. He returned to his room to sleep. He needed the rest for his night's work. Tip sat on the roof, annoyed. It was his own fault, he reminded himself. He hadn't taken the time to fully study the house and its occupants. He hadn't had the time since he needed the coins by morning. But he only had himself to blame. Sensed the room under him. The people and their positions, they were bedrooms. Maybe that was why they'd let the weaves fade. If the rooms were occupied all night, it made getting in complicated. He looked at the other houses. He could sense plenty of unoccupied upper floors, even one with a weave that was failing. But without getting closer, taking the time to study what he sensed, he couldn't tell where the coins were or how much there might be. If he had the time, he'd find a better house. Now, he needed to go through this one without raising alarms. He needed to do this without anyone noticing. That's why this house was perfect. There were so many coins in the safe, they wouldn't notice the few he needed for his armor. Once he was settled in, once he'd found the people to make up his team and created an identity with which to sow chaos among the city's noble, then he could afford to leave evidence to be blamed on that extravagant thief. Right now, this needed to be an unseen crime. It is the enchantment's remaining strand apart, not counting on how worn it was, and etched hooks to hold them out of the window without altering how they interacted with those around it. He'd built this skill even after the guild took most of his essence. He didn't even need his bracers to make the hooks. His minuscule reserve were enough for that. The rest, that needed more essence than they had. He stretched the etching of air within the new gap in the weave to keep the sounds from the window opening to keep the sound of the window opening from reaching the lone sleeper. Then he wrapped it around him as he passed through it, so it kept his foot from making sound as he placed it on the floor. He closed the window, then crossed the door. The sleeper's breathing hitched, and he stopped, an etching of darkness at the ready. As careful as he was, people still woke on their own. It settled, and he reached the door. Stretching the etching through the door, he cracked it open. Shadows filled the corridors, and he needed to make a choice, not being seen or not being heard. He was already maintaining the etching for the hooks, for the 7 hooks holding the strands out of the way, and the etching of air. While none of them were complex etching, they each needed to be kept. He kept some attention on them. Adding a ninth of a complexity matching his air etching wouldn't be a problem until he had to deal with the unexpected. He'd let go of the hooks as the least useful one at any moment, but it meant he'd have to remake them, tease the strands apart again, while in a bedroom with someone who could wake up at any time. He didn't need that kind of aggravation tonight. He sensed 3 moving about on the ground floor, no one else in the house. One had a sword at their hip. It would be the air etching for now. He reached the stairs as a servant started up them. When they passed the floor below him, Tibbs moved to a deep shadow, let go of the etching, and made one of darkness, which formed as the candlelight became visible. A half-asleep woman with linen draped over the arm walked by him, entered a different room than the one he'd exited, and headed for the bed to join the person already there. He switched etching again while the other servant was in the kitchen. I don't need a white. The other servant was in the kitchen, and the guard leaned against the wall next to a door, guarding the door to the room with the safe in it. Confirmed it by peeking around the bottom of the stairs. Of course, where else would the one guard in the house be than in his way? He let go of the etching to focus on the lock, using metal essence to move the tumblers. He turned it enough for the tumblers to stick in their unlocked position, but not enough to make a sound. He prepared a darkness etching, this one much more complex, and readied himself. Even if all the men wore were leather, he'd make sound. Even if all the men wore was leathers, well, I know you're not going to like it, but he'd make sound when he hit the ground. He sent it at the man, and as it clung to him, the etching drained his wakefulness. At first he yawned. He glanced at the chair, but shook himself and straightened. Tibbs couldn't tell when the man wouldn't have enough left to remain awake, other than by him falling asleep. Wakefulness wasn't an element he could sense, only a result of darkness absorbing some of the man's strength and shaped by the etching. He'd refined it over years of research and practice, starting from the principle that darkness weakened people, and reading from scholars who wrote about tiredness and its relation to the elements, and theorized about what might be happening. He'd even found a diagram that looked like what sorcerers made for their spells. It had been a starting point, although a blunt one. He hadn't wanted something that just rendered the target unconscious. They'd wonder what had happened once they woke. And, considering the situation, his plan on using it would investigate. With the right people and enough dedication, they could work out they had been the victim of Essence work. He'd adjusted it, changed its arcanus for that one, change arcanus. Change this arcanus for that one, move them about until the drain became gradual enough not to be different from staying awake too long, which night guards had a habit of doing. The drawback was that the gradual aspect gave the target time to do something about it. There were drinks that caused wakefulness. He could walk it off, or he might call for a replacement. The last one couldn't happen here, and the second one would play in Tibbs's favor, but it looked like the guards planned on willing himself to remain awake. Tibbs nearly ran to catch the man, but the tittering stopped as the guard caught himself and straightened. When it happened again, Tibbs nearly waited too long and ended sprawled under the limp form, carefully sitting him against the wall as if he'd slid down. The servant was in the kitchen, cooking, by the smells, and no one else moved about the house. He unlocked the door and entered the office. He sensed the safe's lock as he headed for it, wishing he could take the time to pick it. He enjoyed picking them. It had been a while since he'd had one challenge him, and this one might have. Instead, he used essence and opened the door. He liked nobles who didn't bother ordering their coins, like this one. So used to them, they were in pouches instead of neat stacks. It made it easier to spread what he took and not have it noticed. He took the coins he needed for the armor and a few extra because who in this house would miss them, and closed the safe's door, locking it. He sensed motion on the top floor and was at the stairs when he realized it was the sleeper in the room he'd entered. What were they doing already about? They did their business in the chamber pot, but didn't return to the bed. Early to wake? Way too early as far as Tibbs was concerned. The night was his time, not that of nobles. As they dressed, others in the rooms started moving. Abyss. Would the entire household be up well before the sun? What kind of nobles were these? He needed more time to study them. He couldn't hope to exit the way he'd come. He let go of those etching. Did he have enough time to tease the weaves on the windows or the doors? The back one didn't have a guard posted outside. If he could open the weave enough to pass undetected, but on top of the time it would take, he needed to account for the servant in the kitchen and everyone else. How long until they came down and found the sleeping guard, or that the servant walked out of the kitchen? Tried to get a sense of what the weave on the door did, but it was too complex. Had too many elements he didn't have. He extended to the lock. It extended to the lock. Did that mean unlocking it let him exit without the weave activating, or was that to sense a matching etching on the keys? On the key, singular. Conversation above. Too loud to worry about waking others. Someone headed for the stairs. He was out of time. Even if he found a shadow deep enough to hide in with an etching, he'd be stuck there until enough people laughed and he could move about undetected. He had the coin, there was that. He peeked into the kitchen. An obese man was rolling dough on the counter. Something sweet was cooking in the oven. He hurried to the other side and eyed the door. He'd have to hope they thought he, he'd have to hope they thought that what the weave did when Tibbs rushed outside had scared the would-be thief away and not bring that up with the authorities. If they did, he doubted anyone in the house would be able to tell he'd taken anything, so he'd be fine. He etched darkness around him, then took hold of the tumblers in the lock. He turned them as he ran, shouldered the unlocked door open, and ran into the night as the house yelled in distress. And that concludes Chapter 10 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story, where we are about a dozen chapters ahead. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Death. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're doing well? I am glad to hear that. I am doing well as well. Not going to be working tomorrow, taking Christmas off. Not celebrating or anything like that, just taking the day off. Forcing myself to take the day off so that I don't burn out. You know what? Touchdown. And what are you up to today, Death? January 31st. February 3rd. I think you will just stay in bed and read. Cool. No classes today, or is your day actually over? I am bad with keeping track of who's in which time zones. What, really? Really? I did not fill this out. Battle station. Everyone, think I'm not in the influence. Battle station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 48 enemies, and we are off. Croc is in first place. JR is in second. Zefara is in third, is in first. JR is in second. By the way, Croc, welcome to the battle. Thank you for the assistance. Zay is in first place. JR is in first. Katakrak is in third. Jay is in second. What do we have? Oh, we've got that to deal with. And I believe we're done. We have won. JR926 is in first place, 15 kills, 5 assists. Zefara is in second place, 2 kills, 16 assists. Croc 2020 is in third, 6 kills, 4 assists. I want to confirm. Yep, that's you. And let's see. We've got gold and no captain, no lady. We've got flying rogue. We've got berserkers. We've got nobody claiming those. So As Zeka Weave gets gold, that Dark Tigris goes berserk, Croc 2020 gets wings. And we move on to an insane battle on the way to the skin chest. And it is Phantom. Come on, come on. Let's put ourselves here. Not a lot of enemies for map this large. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. It's 6 p.m., but you did go to college. Okay, cool. So that's been dealt with. Alrighty, I will start another reading. Confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. It helps if I have an image up, doesn't it? There we go. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 11 of Stepping Wild. The armored shaft, and Tibbs didn't hide the discomfort. His appearance had been crafted to show someone with coins, so it made sense he'd buy armor for the runs. This marked him as someone who lacked experience with them. Otherwise, he would have bought it well in advance to break it in. While milling about with the others, waiting to be put on a team, he sensed what the darkness and light adventurers did as they questioned the runners. The flow was steady, and he quickly had a sense of the etching and the arcaneness within it. It gave him a sense. Yeah, sense is going to come up a lot. Don't know if I can do anything about it. Gave him a sense of how the two elements interacted, but he lacked the knowledge to know what that meant in regards to the etching's effect. He needed time to work out that part, studying how it formed and how the essence flowed while it worked. He didn't need to overcome it completely, but he needed to know what had to happen for his darkness etching to remain undetected while it hid the brand. That started with making sure he wasn't picked for a team. Keeping back ensured that. Yeah. So, he kept back. The adventurers, placing the fighters on the team as spot became available, didn't have a plan as to who went where. Everyone would be placed in time. It was all that mattered. Then he had to figure out how attentive the pair of adventurers was to their etching. The easiest way he had for it to miss his own etching was to disrupt it just enough without them realizing it. So he gently pulled at strands and observed how they reacted. He didn't pull enough to disrupt the etching, only to distort it and see how far he could go before one of them exerted their will over it to return it in place. This pair was so inexperienced or inattentive that he ended up causing the etching to fall apart without meaning to. After that, they were more attentive, so the test was more accurate. It showed just how unskilled the darkness adventurer was. She noticed the out-of-place strand, but in exerting her will on it, she caused the etching to shatter, and her partner wasn't pleased. He gave them a few turns without intervening. If they were the only pair he had to worry about, he'd go in. But he needed to be able to fool better trained adventurers. When he affected the etching again, he did so on the light essence. He did so with the light essence. This adventurer was more attentive, possibly as a result of what had happened before, but also more skilled. When she willed the strand in place, it acted neatly. He spent the morning testing how subtle he had to be for his work to go completely unnoticed. Around zenith, the pair was replaced, and he put his new one to the test. They were better, but with the practice Tibbs had gotten, he evaluated them quickly. Then he switched to affecting the arcanus within the etching. He started with Jeer because if he could only work out how to alter one, this was the best for his goal. Jeer affected the intensity of other arcanus around it, so reduced the overall effectiveness of the etching itself. The more brackets of Jeer were in the etching, the harder it was to affect the whole thing, but this was simple, with barely a handful of them. The sets were composed of Gur, Moore, and Ko, and Q. Q as Jeer, and Jeer as brackets. The exact effect on the arcanus was dependent on those around it, but for something this simple, Tibbs expected the effect remain close to when each was used singly. Gur went towards limiting what it affected. In effect, it selected what the etching affected, both through the intent and the etch when the etching was formed and where in it they positioned it. More also influenced what the etching affected, but it serves to remove something that would remain included under Gur alone. If the goal of the etching was to affect everyone except those with blonde hair, Gur would be used to select hair over things like skin and muscle and bones, while Moore would then remove blonde from the hair with that selection. Q governed how the etching responded with the criteria that when the criteria were met. With proper placement and skill, it could be used to have an etching respond in different way based on the previous arcanus. In this case, he expected all it did was respond to the truthfulness of an answer. But until someone was caught lying, he couldn't know what the response was. But it didn't tell him what the etching searched for. In something like this, the parameter couldn't be overly complex, but that ignored intent, what the person wanted as they made the etching. What the person wanted as they made the etching could have far-reaching effect on it, and he couldn't just know how skilled they were at intent simply from studying the etching. While most guild didn't care about runners cheating, some did. It would be a simple thing if the adventurers are skilled at intent to will that into what the etching searched for. Which was why changing the effect of Jeer on the set was his best bet of getting them by undetected. The rest of the day went by with him carefully altering Jeer's position and causing the etching to fall apart more often than not. The arcanus also acted as a way to bind the etching together. A purity etching dealt with the headache the constant focus caused. When the waiting fighters were sent away, Tibbs had noticed the sun had set and that lanterns provided the illumination and only milded now plural multiples, and only mildly realized that the dungeon hadn't talked to him once throughout the day. He hadn't made the progress he'd hoped. The balance of altering Jeer enough, it affected the set, but wasn't noticed by the adventurer and didn't cause the etching to break, was harder than he'd expected to achieve. I don't need to achieve. Than he expected. His body reminded him he'd overtaxed himself as he stood to follow the others out. He ate lightly, then fell on his bed, instantly sleeping. The next day brought more of the same. Although the first pair was better than those of the previous day, it served him well, as he needed to be able to defeat the best who'd end up testing him. But it basically meant he was starting from scratch. His multiple mistakes caused them to break into an argument over which of them was incompetent and if they'd bothered paying attention to their teacher. He, he'd had to let them work undisturbed after that until they stopped messing up because their attention was on the other's part of the work instead of their own. This slowed his expected progress, but didn't stop it. The day after that and the other one were much the same, slow progress as he learned not only how to alter gear to get the effect he was after, but learned how each pair worked. 9 pairs in total assigned in an order that wasn't obvious, but probably wasn't random. By the end of the day, he had gear in a position where the etching barely registered what it searched for, without either adventurer noticing, and the etching remained intact. Even the best trained of the adventurers didn't notice his work. Although there had been enough broken etching to reach that point, Tibbs was worried they'd call it an early end to the day. He had to maintain his will on it the entire time, otherwise Jer returned to the position it was assigned to. But he could make the changes in a couple of heartbeats. He'd do it as he stepped up to them, answer the question, and let go. That evening, as he left the grounds, he decided he was ready. He had to be. There were few fighters left to assign. A few times he had to move to ensure others blocked him from the adventurous sight as they selected fighters for teams. Tomorrow's the day, he whispered, not knowing if the dungeon was listening. He'd decided that something it had said the first time they talked now applied to Tibbs, applied to him. That until a runner was inside it, they weren't worth paying attention to. He ate well that evening, listening to a bard sing about Far Reacher, an adventurer of old, who, according to her song, had found many of the dungeons that made up the guild and had been central to the creation of its creation. To its creation. Basically, I changed my mind, forgot to remove the previous part. Had been central to its creation. He'd never read anything about an adventure by that name in his research on the guild, and this bard song added nothing to the other. He left this meal not finished as she started with the Ballad of Light Fingers. He considered paying her to shut up, but his appetite was already ruined. Any caravel he traveled on that happened to have a bard among those there was invariably the worst time he had. They felt it was their duty to entertain the guards after a hard day's work, and his story kept being sung. And he couldn't tell them to stop when so many others enjoyed the performance, not without having to explain where his hatred came from. Songs now had him as the one who attacked the dungeon, or led those who attacked it, an unwitting pawn, too daft to know what he was doing. I need to add songs because, of course, Scripture pointed out they're all negative. So this makes it feel like there's an agenda behind them. And the only agenda behind bards singing is exaggeration. All right. The song now had him as the one who attacked the dungeon, or led those who attacked it, or an unwitting pawn too daft to know what he was doing. Others claimed he'd single-handedly kept the town safe, cleaned the corruption from it, and healed the resident of the sickness. He was also either the leader of the dissidents determined to undo the guild's great work, or the spy sent to infiltrate them for the same purpose. One had him as an agent of Sebastian, although the song didn't use the man's name. He was just the villain intended on destroying Craggle Rock. It ranked that anyone would think he'd do anything to harm his town. Okay. The first time he'd heard that one, barely kept from striking the bard. That's going to be semicolon. But the destruction of the man's instrument had been his doing. Not that anyone could explain the fire that consumed half the man's wagon. Tibbs hadn't intended on taking so much from him, but the satisfaction of watching something of his tormentor, of this liar, burn had been too great. Tibbs reached the ground, well rested and in good humor. He talked with the other fighters about what the day would bring, which of them would be selected to be on a team. He was excited for the coming run. His good humor didn't sour when he sensed the group of adventurers in the distance approaching from the direction of the transportation platform. Not even as the numbers registered, more than he'd sensed here before, or that at least one, no, two of them were well into Gamma. It did falter when he realized all of them were either light or it did falter when he realized all of them either had light or darkness as their elements. It soured fully as he watched the two instructors lead the group to the dungeon's door. He watched them, one light, one darkness, take position and motion for a team to be sent to them. The precision of their etching stunned him into simply sensing. Once they were done with the team leader, they had a pair take their place, and under a supervision so intense, Tibbs was certain he could feel their will on the pair's etching. The two questioned the fighter. Another pair did the next one, and another after that. How hadn't he considered there would be consequences for so many adventurers' failed etching? Of course, some of them would bring it up with their teachers, and they would talk to others, realize so many had had problem, it made more sense to bring the teaching to where it had happened instead of keeping it to the training rooms. All Tibbs had to do was keep from being put on a team until after the instructors had left. They couldn't remain any longer than it took to test each pair. As strong as they were, they had to have other duties, and there were enough fighters left he could keep from. The darkness instructors had snapped up. She searched the ground, her head scanning from one side to the other. She ignored the other instructor's question, and she, too, looked about, but without the intensity. The woman's gaze passed over Tibbs twice, but felt like it returned in his direction faster each time. Then she looked at him, and he pulled his hand off his left wrist. It meant nothing. She couldn't. Her hand moved up, and Tibbs bolted. He didn't care. He hadn't sensed an etching forming. For all he knew, surprise was why she wasn't calling out for guards to capture him. She'd soon do so, and he needed to be out of here. He shoved runners out of his way, and now people called for him to stop. He used the lack of training runners had to put them between him and whoever he sensed running after him. Too many elements, too close together for him to work out numbers, but at least they seemed to be the weaker of the adventurers. The guards ahead of him looked perplexed at the commotion, but they had the training to act in spite of that. Maybe this was the first time an Omega runner attempted to flee, or maybe it was the determination on his face instead of fear that puzzled them. He jumped over the first guard, stepping in to block his way. The stiff armor impeded him, and the guard caught his foot. He kicked the man in the face, then picked himself off the ground. Half closing his eyes, he channeled earth and made himself stronger, shouldering the other guard out of his way. With his vision clouded and so many people around him, he only realized someone grabbed his arm when he felt the weight on them, and barely kept himself from throwing them away as the faint red tint of their life essence registered. He shook his arm hard, and the fire runner fell away. 3 guards stood between him and the gate, and he moved earth to his leg. He should have channeled air. It was better for jumps. He was never taking his bracers off again. The leap still cleared them. The gate was in sight and the weave unchanged, but the doors were closing. He had no choice. He let go of earth, channeled air, and etched himself a launching pad. The arm that grabbed him as his foot landed on it, kept him from flying forward like an arrow, instead causing him to leap over their head as they used earth to anchor themselves to the ground. He again cursed his lack of other essences and made an etching of air at his shoulder that detonated when he slammed it into the guard. Anchored as she was, she didn't fly off, but Tibbs was wrenched out of her grip. With a scream, he ran at her, the etching forming at her feet. He stepped on it, and his knee slammed into her face as he was thrown over her. He stumbled the landing from the pain, but forced himself to ignore it. This time, when he stepped onto the etching, he was launched forward, between the closing door and into the people on the other side. He was up and running through them, trying to sense for pursuers, but no one with an element had yet to leave the grounds, and if guards were after him, he wouldn't be able to tell them apart from the rest of the city folks. Then he was in the alleys and quickly ascertained he'd lost his pursuers. The pain that he finally allowed to register almost kept him from channeling purity. Then the etching took it away and he could walk. He shed the armor and took pants and shirts to put over the undercloth he wore. He sensed for anyone with an element. There were a few, but none hurried. Runners coming and going. Maybe adventurers who didn't know they should be hunting him. Did the guild have the authority to hunt him outside the grounds? Not all kingdoms granted it the freedom it wanted. Still, he couldn't take for granted he was safe from them. Even without the authority, they could still move about, keep an eye out for him. Did they know where his room was? It hadn't been asked, but he talked with the other fighters, and where in the city they resided had come up. He had to reach the room before they did, get his bracers, the rest of his stuff if he had the time, and then lose himself in the city until the caravan left. He cursed his bad planning. He'd almost gotten in, almost been able to do runs again. This was a lesson, he told himself. He'd learn from it, and the next time he wouldn't make this mistake. He'd be more careful in how he manipulated the etching, would learn what he needed without causing them to fall apart. And he needed the runs. He needed to have a guild approve audience so he could get the documentation he learned runners who paid for the privilege gained when they did. It let them go to other dungeons and do runs there. Maybe the guild would have given them to him once he reached Epsilon and could leave Craggle Rock, or maybe at that point what he could do was enough to prove he'd gone through the guild. He couldn't know until he'd gone through the process, and he'd almost been able to. He sensed no one with an element as he reached the house. No one wearing enough metal to be a guard either. He wanted to wait for the cover of night, but by then his room could have been emptied. He made it to the roofs, well away from the house, and reached his window without attracting gazes. He used essence to undo the lock he'd set in place, and kept the spring blade from triggering as he opened it and looked inside for evidence his room had been searched. The papers were in the place on the table, the fallen page still on the chest next to it. No essence work had been left behind. He stepped in, took the braces out from under the loose floorboard, then dressed in his caravan guard's clothes, and only then retrieved the coin pouch from where he'd hidden it in the ceiling. He sensed around the house again. He didn't question how it was they hadn't made it here yet. Maybe the runners he'd talked with had decided to protect them, or the guild hadn't considered asking them if they knew anything. He made it to the roof and walked away from the house from this opportunity. He had one thing to do once night has fallen, and then tomorrow he'd put this behind him. Barricron, he said, hoping the use of its name would catch its attention. Dungeon remained somewhat aware of everything within their influence, although they had to focus to interact with a part of it. He'd been able to yell Stowe's name and get his attention. He couldn't yell in the alley, but he hoped that, there you are. You weren't with the others today. There were complications. I won't be doing runs and I'm sorry. Why not? You seemed interested. They won't let me in anymore. Why? They've never prevented anyone from entering. It's a people thing. He didn't have the energy to explain how the guild worked to a dungeon. I just thought you should know it's why I won't be there tomorrow or any time after that. Okay, that's too bad. I was curious to find out how far you were going to make it before failing. Take care of yourself and your helper. Tim walked out of the dungeon's influence and lost himself in the city for the night. And this concludes chapter 11 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that is on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Captain, welcome to the stream. I'll be right back. The hidden barred agenda of sleeping with every male and female in all races and dragon and monsters in a fantasy world. Yeah, not quite in this one. Alrighty, Captain, your clock has been updated. These are not those kind of bards. I'm sure there's a few in the group that will bed anything that moves and some that don't. But on the whole, they are entertainers, conveyors of information, the validity of which is questionable. And welcome to the stream, Akla. How are you doing today? You are doing fine. I am glad to hear that. I'm doing well, thank you. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 46 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Zeke, it takes over that. Arcten is in second. Sigma's in first. Zeke is in second. Arcten is in third. I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead. I'm not even in the top 10. Sigma's in first, Arcten is in second, Zeke is in second, Zeke is in first, Arcten is in second, Sigma's in third, and no, I think we're done. There we go, we're done. Now I have to wonder if Sigma changed their icon again, or if it's a mix-up. We'll see. Zeke Weave is in first place, 16 assists. Arcten Telemetros is in second place, 1 kill, 14 assists. Sigma OS is in third, 15 kills. We've got gold, and I believe, yep, the captain has joined us. So, they get the gold. Flying Rogue is not claimed by anyone at this time, so I'm Mr. Fluffy to you gets the wings. And we move on to an insane battle before the skin chest. And vampires it is. It is vampires, right? Yep. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And to start another chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my books and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 12 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs watched the wagon corral, attentive for anyone out of place. Even this early, merchants were already bringing back some of their goods, what they didn't expect to sell during the... You know what? Bringing back goods they didn't expect to sell during the last 2 days. Tibbs watched the wagon corral, attentive for anyone out of place. Even this early, merchants were already bringing back the goods they didn't expect to sell during the last 2 days. No one wanted to be overburdened at the last moment, when Rigel would have them on the road with the rising sun. He sensed no one with an element among the people moving about in the corral or within what he sensed of the city. Neither the guild hadn't learned Tyborg had arrived with this caravan or hadn't put their people in position yet. Both were just as likely. The clerk hadn't asked how he'd arrive in the city, and he hadn't told any of the runners he talked with how he'd been dressed. They should be at the transportation platform if they thought he was looking to flee the city. He couldn't know what the instructor had worked out of what she'd sensed, but even if she didn't know he'd been branded, Tyborg had registered as an Omega runner, someone without an element, but he'd used essence to escape. A few of the adventurers who had tried to stop him could attest to that. Hopefully, not that he'd used 2 elements. Earth wasn't as visible as air when used, and It's not when used, it's the way he used it. Hopefully, not that he had two elements. Earth wasn't as visible as air the way he'd used it. Oh, okay. And if they thought he had that element, they would assume he'd use that to create the effect that mimicked Earth. So he had to be so they had to be looking for him, and because the guild didn't believe in half measures, they had to have told the city. Which meant that any of the guards in the corral watching, guarding, and helping could have been given his description. He'd avoided them on his way here, but once he stepped into the corral, it would be impossible to do the same. The constant split attention was why Graydon didn't rely on them to keep the wagons safe. Plural. Tip struck up a conversation with the young woman guiding the donkey and used them to hide from the guard at the gate. He stayed with her until they entered the corral. Then he used helping the merchants to avoid drawing the attention of the guards as he made his way to the chief of the caravan guards. Graydon had a line of potential recruits leading to the table where he sat. When it was Tibbs' turn, the old man looked tired. Didn't think we'd see you back, he said in greeting. Things didn't work out. Has anyone come asking for me? The man paused, quill touching the page. No. The tone was suspicious, but there was no light on the word. Should I expect someone to? Are guards coming? Are guards going to come asking for you? No, they aren't who I'm in trouble with. If they knew Tibbs was from the caravan or heading there, they would already have asked. Guards didn't lie and wait if they could get information from people. They were blunt about that. Tell me this isn't about a dalliance with someone special person. This is worse to deal with than guards. I wouldn't do that. Grin studied him. How confident are you this trouble isn't going to come looking for you here before we've left? Lying to the person in charge of keeping him safe was never a good idea. Caravans would protect people, most claim shouldn't, but if the chief was surprised by someone claiming Tibbs owed them, an angry man rarely felt like protecting you. As confident as I can be, I didn't mention the caravan and no one followed me as I came. Mentioning the potential for magical tracking wouldn't endear Drayden to the situation. Magic almost always meant the guild, and no one wanted to be on their bad side. And the men wouldn't be able to do anything about it anyway. Are you staying in the corral until we leave? Yes. He made it back. He wasn't risking not managing it a second time. Graydon wrote his name. Welcome back then. Rigel's somewhere in there dealing with the merchants who are joining us. Make my life easier and tell him you're traveling with us too. He's going to have me sleep on the bench if he finds out I knew and didn't immediately tell him. With a nod, Tibbs wandered among the wagon, asking for the caravan master, and helping where he could. He found Rigel in a heated discussion with 3 merchants. He kept his distance, having no interest in listening in on arguments about pricing, planned route, schedule, and unreasonable inflexibility of people being paid to, as far as they were concerned, accommodate merchants' every whim instead of protecting them. He'd listened in his early days, curious about everything, even what went into managing something so large, and he'd gotten headaches from trying to understand. Finally managing to understand what had only resulted in more headaches. Merchant threw curses at Rigel in a variety of language, but the caravan master had a pleased smile. Is that because they're joining? Tibbs asked, or because you've managed to avoid needless trouble? What is your gut telling you? Tibbs rolled his eyes. Anyone who'll take my coins from me is trouble. You should be fine. None of them sell candies. Gray said to tell you I'm back, so you wouldn't have him sleep on the bench when you found out about it, and he hadn't told you. Is he touched by void? Rigel laughed. He's just melodramatic. He should be a bard with how he makes everything so much larger than it is. There are enough of them as it is. Tibbs said sourly. Hardly. Everyone needs entertainment in their lives. And they should stop proclaiming their songs as our truth. shook the mood away under Rigel's surprised stare. Where can I help? I have nowhere to be until we leave. Other than helping? The merchants, there's little to do. Tomorrow night, when Taurus is 3 fingers above the tree line, we'll start harnessing the horses. This time of the year, Taurus appeared a few fingers ahead of the sun, then vanished into its brightness, with Clara not even appearing. Those were the days the chase exhausted her, or so people believed. He'd done so too, until he'd come across a scholar's writing explaining that Clara was always there, always trailing a handspan behind Taurus, but that just like Taurus vanished when there was too much sun, it simply hid her. He'd spend days after reading that, peering at the sun, looking for Clara, for a hint that she was, as the scholar claimed, always there. He had light as his element, so it shouldn't hide things from him, and he almost dismissed it as yet another thing Scholar didn't actually know when he'd seen Clara just before the sun had broken over the sky and swallowed her into its light. Sorry, the city wall, and swallowed her into its light. Be sure to rest, Taborg. Rigel called as Tibbs headed to help merchants. Once the packing gets underway, you won't be able to get any. That wouldn't happen, he was certain. Not with the guards here. Even when he'd found a well-hidden holes, his sleep had been fitful. Here, in what was basically the open, sleep wouldn't come even if he was able to use darkness to drain his strength away. Others wouldn't appreciate it, but he'd nap on his horse once they were moving. The corral stable was the chaos of horses protesting being harnessed. The usually docile animals had grown used to only standing, grooming, and being walked, and, like most people, weren't looking forward to having to earn their keep again. He held one, keeping it steady, while the stable hand harnessed it. A plaque had the name of the owner, so Tibbs brought the horse to that wagon and helped it and helped attach it. Then returned to help with another horse and repeated the process. It will go on until they were all done, and then the whinny was accompanied by a scream of fear and pain. He glanced over his shoulder. The horse was coming down from rearing and galloping for the open doors. Those attempting to stop it were thrown aside. Its eyes were wide and wild. There was little to be done with spooked horse other than letting them calm down, but right outside the door were the wagons and the already attached horses. Tight enough, this one would injure some, panic others. Another grabbed for the rein only to be pulled off her feet, then received a hoof in the stomach. Tibbs ran for it. He'd have to be careful not to give away how he did it, but he couldn't risk the injuries. A general panic among the horses would cause. Rigel would have to pay for the healing, the repairs, and the delay. This could ruin a caravan master. It reared, and he stepped aside, avoiding the hooves and using earth to keep his footing steady on the loose dirt. He added strength to his leg and leaped to grab its neck as it came down. He closed the hand on the incompletely secured harness, and he pulled as his feet touched the ground, but the horse bucked. The only thing that kept the harness in his hand was the earth he'd used to lock it closed, but he had to let the motion pull him off his feet to avoid questions he didn't want to answer. He righted himself, bringing his feet under him and in front, looking as if he was trying to bring it to a stop by planting the heel of his boots in the ground. An etching of air would get him on the animal's back, and from there he could bring it under control, but again, questions. He reached for the dangling rein, but they kept bouncing out of his. He reached for the dangling rein, but they kept bouncing out of reach. Bouncing away. And each time he let a hand go Each time he let a hand go of the harness to do that, he was jerked off balance and had to right himself again. With the wagons outside visible and the attached horse already agitated, he couldn't risk missing again. He used air. He used an air etching when he reached for the rein, used earth to lock his hand on it, and pulled. He barely kept out of the hooves as it tried to rear, but he managed to turn it around, and stable hands joined in, gaining full control of it. Graydon glowered. What were you thinking? That if it reached the others, people would get hurt. He winced as he handed the rein to a stable hand. And what about you? I'll be fine. I don't have any use for a guard who can't hold his sword if there's fighting to be done. I'll be. He bit back the pain as Graydon grabbed his shoulder. That isn't fine, the man snapped. You should have let the people here, those trained for this, deal with it. Tibbs didn't have a comeback, still dealing with the pain and the surprise at how much there was. The chief's grip wasn't that tight. His etching had to have been imperfect. Gray, Rigel joined them. Let the man go before you rip his arm off, and it can't be tended to. Rigel, I can't have good men more interested in keeping others safe than themselves. The Caravanmeister smiled. I seem to remember patching a certain someone more times than I should have, because he kept jumping into trouble that wasn't his to resolve. And I learned my lesson. Rigel rolled his eyes. Graydon let go, and Tibbs gingerly moved his arm against his chest. He could sense the damage to his shoulder, much more than it should have been, and stretching down to his elbow. But he'd let the etching go, so he couldn't look at it over to see how it had been flawed due to his distraction. If he'd paid attention to it as it happened, he would have reinforced the etching or made a life essence splint. Worse than that, Graydon had gotten him to cry out in pain, so he couldn't apply a purity etching to fix it. Come, Tyborg. Rigel motioned for him to follow. Sarnita can look your arm over. At the very least, she'll have something for the pain. He had to decide between healing himself and playing at being injured or remaining injured. Playing at having an injury was risky. One moment of inattention, and he had to explain not only how it was he wasn't injured, but why he'd acted like he was. Remaining injured meant he wouldn't be able to help if there was a trouble until he was healed. And while he could use his life essence to accelerate the healing over weeks, they were where a purity etching would repair everything over hours. He still had to be careful not to heal too quickly. Should have read about how long people took to heal. There would be a range, was how it went when people were studied, and he'd know how quickly he could do it without attracting too much attention. Sonita was a herbalist. She sold herbs and drinks made of them. She knew the methods of extracting their essence, and using the essence of different liquids, she could restructure it into doing something that resembled one of his purity etching. It wasn't alchemy the way the books described it, since that involved pulling the essence out of the item entirely, which let that be stored and then combined with other essences that had been extracted the same way. But it was close as far as Tibbs was concerned. The woman's skin was darker than his, and her hair so curly it didn't fall to her shoulder even if it stretched wide around her head. She dressed in light and colorful fabrics and laughed easily. The only time Tibbs didn't see her smiling were when, like now, she saw someone injured. What happened? She asked. Tybor kept the spooked horse from running rampant, Rigel explained. Pulled my shoulder, he added, and earned himself a suspicious look from her. It's happened before. You're in the habit of running after fleeing horses? She opened the back of her wagon and indicated the steps. Sit. Rigel, help him take the jerkin and shirt off. I have to see the skin to tell how serious this is. Tibbs wanted a way to convince both this wasn't needed, that the injury wasn't that as bad as it looked. He was usually better at keeping track of his injuries and dealing with them as they occurred. Like asleep. He could deal with some through the enetching of purity, but it wasn't the same as when he suffused himself. There was always some left behind, and it added up, and eventually his attention wasn't what it should be. He could slip away, even without using an element. Rigel wouldn't be able to hold him, and he could avoid anyone else who tried to keep him from leaving. But then what? Stay in the city until another caravan? Months in a city where the guild was searching for him? Wander the wilderness on his own? Even with preparation, the wilderness was never a pleasant experience. So he endured Sartina's gentle ministration, noting that while the poultice she applied to his shoulder did nothing to the damaged essence, the pain did diminish. she soaked she soaked bandages in warm water that smelled of tree sap before wrapping them over his shoulder and arm. She had him hold his arm against his chest as it cooled, and he sensed the essence shift as that happened. He didn't have wood, so he couldn't tell what happened, but as the water essence drifted away, the bandage hardened until he couldn't move his arm. Never seen sap do that. Don't force it, she advised. It's not magic, so it can break. Not the magic the way he did it, certainly, but something had happened. It's just to help keep your arm and shoulder in place while it heals. How long? He extended an arm, and Rigel put it through his sleeve. He extended the other arm. It's not one, it's the other. And Rigel put it through his shirt sleeve. He'll be healed before we reach the next city. He stared at her. There was no way he was waiting that long. I tell that to Gray, and he's going to leave me behind. I'll talk to my man, Rigel said. I'll make him see you are good for more than swinging a sword. How long, Sarnita? How long did it take to heal the last time you pulled your shoulder like this? Minutes, not hours, at least. Not an hour, at least. This purity etching was effective, and as painful as it had been, the damage itself wasn't significant. I don't remember. Making a stone dejected took no effort. She smiled. If you take if you take care not to strain it, I've seen injuries like this go away in a few weeks. Weeks. Be able to remove a few days from that and not draw suspicions, but weeks? How had he screwed up such a basic etching? It wasn't like he'd been worried about drawing attention with a lack of injury. It was the perfect situation to use people's belief in luck being a thing. Once his shirt was on as best as it could be, with one arm that couldn't be moved, Rigel patted his good shoulder. I'll keep Gray off your back while you heal. That concludes chapter 12 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next story will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is on Ream Story. Actually, no. If you want to read this story, it's for free on Royal Road. And if you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, then that is on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it is every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. That is the last chapter today. Okay. Where am I at? Because I know I'm not caught up. So that's chapter 10. That is chapter 10. That's been okay. So that is all right. That is done. So now on to chapter 11. There's something else I can do in the meantime. There you are. Yes. Atoll. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 49 allies. We're going up against 64 enemies. Zay is in first place. Katakrak is in second. Croc is in third. Is in second. Is in third again. Katakrak is in first. Zay is in second. Ooh, I killed an epic. Marlin is in third. Croc's back there. Marlin is in third again. Is in second. Zay is in third. Croc jumps to second place. Zay is in third again. Katakrak is comfortably in first place. Oh, and we're done. We have won. Katakrak is in first place. 8 kill, 24 assist. Croc is in second place. Well, Croc 2020 is in second place. 7 kill, 15 assist. Zayfara is in third. 1 kill, 18 assist. We've got musketeers, we've got paladins, we've got nobody claiming those at this time. So, Saffron Moonpire gets a musket. Zayfara gets a pal. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss. And vampire again, right? Yeah, let's go here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Back. That's on to chapter 12. Hello, James. Welcome to the stream. Before coming home, 188 words. University Uniform World Amber 2024 article. Congratulations. Really? Not quite, I think. I have something that's not set yet. What's the last chapter you have? Wait, 79? Oh, that doesn't feel right. At all. Oh, wait. 82. Okay. And that is the one we got. So you've been posted. All right. Good. Wait, does that mean we're on it? So confused here. Oh, I have read. Okay. All right. So I gotta do that this week. Okay. Yeah. Wednesdays. Looking to write. Alrighty, James. Enjoy. At this point, the writing for me will happen this afternoon. Hey, Witchmal! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 59 allies. We're going up against 80 enemies. Helpful Onion starts us in the lead. Zep is in second. Kruk is in third. Kruk is in first. Helpful Onion is in second. Katakrak is in third. Tigris jumps to second place. Kruk is in first. Katakrak is in third. Arc 10, Katakrak, Kruk have killed Epics. We're on the last batch, it seems. And we're done. We've won. Rock 2020 is in first place, 17 kill, 17 assist. That Dork Tigris is in second place, 18 kill, 1 assist. Katakrak is in third, 7 kill, 10 assist. We've got gold! The lady is not there, so the captain gets the gold. We've got berserkers that no one is currently claiming. So, Shosamum gets to go berserk. And we move on to the boss battle. Oop, I need to clear that before I do anything. Otherwise, it's gonna be a waste. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. 78 words. Anecdote of artistocracy. Going out a healer story. Cool. Congratulations. And sounds like you did another 59 words, so congrats. All right, it is time for me to go on lunch. I will do my best to return within 20 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, whoops, actually I need to do a change this. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 42 enemies, and we are off. Croc is in first place. Oh, wait. Croc is in first place. Shalsamon's in second. Caboni was in third. Zay is now in third. Starbuck jumps to second place. Darth is in third. Caboni's in second place. Croc is still in first. Caboni's in second. Darth is in third. Shalsamon kills the boss. Somebody's gonna kill an epic, and that is Severn Marlin. And with that, we're done. We've won. Rock 2020 is in first place, 4 kills, 14 assists. Caboni is in second place, 9 kill, 7 assists, and Darth Torlin is in third, 7 kill, 3 assists. We've got Shinobis, we've got Flying Rogues, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Captain Stogie gets the Shinobi, Zeke Weave gets wings. And we move on to the next map. That's got a super boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's going to be tomorrow, on Thursday. And we start with a art battle on the way to gold. Oh, wait a minute. There's a skin. Oh, and, oh, wow. Okay, I need to be careful. Okay. Somebody needs to make sure that I remember we're going up. I got distracted by the super boss. Because the map has got a scroll chest right here. So we need to go up this way to grab the skin, the scroll, the scroll, the gold, and then the super boss. So, alrighty, we'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle Station. One battle station. We have 54 allies. We're going up against 51 enemies. And we are off. Gator Paws is in first place. Katakrak is in second. Helpful Onion was in third, is in second. Darth jumps to first. Kaboni is in first. Gator Paws is in second. Darth is in third. And what do we have left? A few of those. Did I die? Yep, I died. And looks like we're done. Kaboni is in first place, 2 kill, 17 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 3 kill, 14 assist. And Darth Torlin is in third, 10 kill, 4 assist. We've got healers, and nobody claiming them. So, Kahira and Helpful Onion get healed. And go up, 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 up. We go to an unknown battle on the way to this skin chest. And vampires. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And congratulations on the words. James, 50 words, 133 words, both for anecdotes of artistocracy. Going out, a healer story. Hey, Akla, how is your day coming along? Playing some farming simulator, gave up when your machine decided to become a worm and had to reset it. Okay. When you say your machine became a worm, I'm guessing you're talking about your computer and not something within the game. Tractor part that decided to clip on the ground. Ah, so it was. I'm guessing the game is not supposed to do that. Alrighty. And this afternoon, it is chapter 3 of The Last Detour. It is a Tristan chapter. Alright. I need... Silly question! How long do those chapter outline, you and microchapter, go per chapter? Page? There's no fixed length. Like if we look at this one, this is 324 words. 300 words, 163, 200. Basically, in our context, it's just about putting down the basic information needed for me to write the story. And, sometimes there'll be more because they'll get ideas that, we may not have touched on, or, things that we've talked about that he wants to make sure. There's a big, okay. If a chapter will have sex in it, in the outline, it's literally, there will be sex. The outline is not going to talk about what the sex looks like, because what's important is the fact that it's going to happen. And, he knows me well enough to know that the how will depend entirely on how things get to there, and that is not something I can envision in a vacuum. So all I can say is, okay, I want there to be sex. And, that's what the outline will say. There may be information leading up to that. Just like when there's a fight, the outline is just going to say there's a fight. And then there might be details that, we felt was important to include, in this world. For example, because of Alex's condition with knives, there might be a note that, Alex will go out of his way not to use knives and fail. And this is so that I know how to guide the battle and all that. But yeah, like our outlines start with bare minimum. There is no need for them to be big, because they're just about they're there just so I know what the guidelines are. This chapter right here, it's about Tristan learning getting information, learning what's going to happen. And right then I already know it changes, because the previous chapter with him in it ends with him simply wanting to go around to figure out what kind of weapons they have to work with. Because they're basically going to war against the CIA. So, he needs to know what he's got to use with. But I am going to stick to that, in that things are going to shift as part of that. The exact way, I don't know. I also know that I need to come up with a total of 11 character. Because in total, there's 12 houses in the reservation. Each house is occupied. And one of those houses was Tristan's. So that leaves 11. I already know a few of the people based on the previous book, but this is a place where most of the characters will be there. So I need to have enough that Tristan can comment on something. And, like I said, Zephyr is the central conflict character in this book. He was introduced in book 1, and I already know a fair amount about him because he's actually pulled from another of the series. Zephyr, as a very, very vague concept, comes from the science fiction series. Same with Cornelius. But yeah, when I started this, I had Zephyr, Cornelius, and Jennifer. Those were were three of, and Jacoby. Those were 4 of the people I knew were in the reservation. That means I have to come up with 7 more. I knew there was a hacker, but I had not written down any information. So in the previous chapter, leading up to the previous chapter, I sort of worked out who that hacker was. And leading up to this, I came up with 2 characters that are going there, but I still need 4 more. I'm not going to worry about it, mainly because I don't want to waste too much time. But we've got the Mayu couple who used to lead a doomsday cult. Then there's Jason, who may or may not have killed a bunch of teenagers at a summer camp. His mother might have been the one doing it. It's unclear. But yeah, I've got 4 slots that I need to figure out who they are. I have quick possibilities that I'm purposely not using here. I mean, I'm keeping them for the next trilogy, Lost Hope. But yeah, and the Mayu couple, I just came up with it before I started writing, before I started this tree. I went, okay, you know what, Doomsday, I just wrote it down real quick. So, but to answer your question, our outlines are short. They're not meant to go into detail. That's what the writing is for. You need to mentally get used to that. You may sometimes get carried away in writing a chapter draft outline. Not a bad thing, but it would be great to start the habit of leaving more to the imagine. Yes, I mean, it depends on the kind of, you may discover, well, you will discover by trying stuff what works best for you. But yeah, I mean, as an exercise, you can try building your outline with only 1 phrase per chapter. Can you boil down what you want the chapter to be about down to 1 phrase? It's an exercise. Like, this is not how to do it, But it can be a way to train yourself to pare down to the essentials. Enjoy. Battle Station. Everyone, Battle Station. We have 42 allies. We're going up against 34 enemies. Apfemi is in first place. Welcome to the battle. Cookie's in second. Marlin takes over first. Apfe is in second. Cookie's in third. Apfe takes over first again. Marlin is in first. Apfe is in second. And we're done. We have won. Severed Marlin is in first place. 9 kill, 5 assist. Apfemi is in second place. 1 kill, 11 assist. Cookie Monkey is in third. 5 kill, 4 assist. We've got gold, and with the lady not there, the captain takes it. We've got busters that no one is currently claiming. So, Cookie Monkey and Catacrack get busted. And we move on to an easy battle on the way to the skin chest. Vampires and rogues, so another vampire. Might be able to do the rogues today. You know what? Let's go here. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. 59 words. James, congratulations. Anecdote of artistocracy. Going out Ealer story. Hey, Serious Production, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? What am I doing? I'm working. I'm working on a chapter for The Last Detour. Book 9 in the Monster and Batman series. You've been reading a lot of fanfic. Cool. Are you enjoying them? Gonna look for a meal, James? Enjoy. It's about the same game you keep rambling about, and there's a lore discussion, and been in the lore discussion for the past 4 hours. Well, that's cool. That is cool. Did anyone notice the metal glove on the officer's hand? Did the Confederates win the Civil War in this timeline? Because the one faction which includes both Americas is described as Confederacy, and we are arguing what that meant. Who's the other faction then? For context, humanity entirety has taken one of two factions. The Royal Nation include both Americas. Wait. Well, the other is the Golden Empire to Europe. So the two Americas, are they the Confederacy or the Royal Nation, or is that the same thing? As to what kind of government system it has, describes the Confederacy. Ah, okay. Confederacy of Kings. Neat. Reminds me a little bit of my World of Kingdoms, which is not written about, but it's a world I've got in my head. One day I might write stories in it. Just a title, there's no concept in the middle. Well, that's the big difference, I guess. In this world of mine, what I did is I basically played what if the kingdoms never fell. And I picked up a few of the big kingdoms throughout history and basically distributed redrew the world map under their control. I couldn't tell you right off the top of my map, mainly because I never wrote anything. The which kingdom is probably very fluid, and until I write. But the Kingdom of England is now entirely in the Americas. They've been kicked out by Napoleon's army from Europe, and they settled. Well, they settled. They moved to the Americas. The Istanbul Empire is a thing. And while I don't think I ever thought about it, I think the Chinese would also be one of the empires. Started you begging the question of nationalism. Well, there's only two factions. The war hasn't been going on for too long, which means memory, these soldiers still remember where they hailed from. So he was wondering, do you think some form of divide within the ranks cause soldiers? Yeah, that would make sense. And I think it would make sense even further down the line. Because as groups, humans tend to be very clique oriented. We tend to find people with similarities to us within any kind of settings and set us apart from them. A bigger them will unite all the little thems, but Directly after World War One, tension between certain countries must still be running high. Yep, like both Germany and Russia. Golden Empire, but they started Great War. Probably. It's barreled out from there. Well, that's cool. You guys are having fun. That's the important thing. Logistical question. Mars is building underground, and the surface is basically blown to kingdom come. Range stuff like agricultural livestock. Yeah. It might be interesting to find out if the game designers even considered that. I've been there for a while. A way to sustain food. What could it be? Well, maybe you guys are. Maybe you guys don't know it, but you're subsisting off fungus, since that does grow underground. One guy for plant phase boost, maybe some random underground animals. Like, ah, yeah. Though a simple shooter, there's so much implied lore to think about. That's how it should be. Things should be implied, left to the reader or players in this case, to work out, work through, figure out, invent. That's the thing with good lore, is that if it's well presented, half of it is invented by the people experience it. Hey, vast asynchronicity! Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? How is your day coming along? Have your holidays started? Good writing, rice pain, so you're going to switch to voice. Ah. Mine is going well. Thank you very much. I did my read and correct this morning. That went quite well. And this afternoon I am working on chapter 3 of The Last Detour, which is book 9 in the Monster and Batman series. One of the classes uniform? What about it? Coronation Rooks wear these weird metal masks, and we're just wondering how they see through that thing. Ah, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, although without knowing the level of technology or esotericism involved, I don't have. I don't know. It's for you guys to figure it out or make it up. Really widely used for a reason. Well, if something like real life 1925. Ah, I well, I would say an exaggerated based on what I remember you telling me of what some of the characters do, like digging tunnels pretty damn quickly. I'm guessing it's an exaggerated 1925. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 49 enemies, and we're off. Zephyra is in first place. Empress is in second. Catacrack takes over first. Zay is in second. Empress is in third. I've killed an epic. And we're down to the last batch of enemies. And I believe that we're done. Catacrack is in first place. 5 kill, 16 assist. Zephyra is in second. Zephyra is in second place, 4 kill, 11 assist, and Severed Marlin is in third, 13 kill. We've got warriors, we've got healers, we've got no one claiming those, so Kaboni, you get healed. Sigma OS goes to war. And we move on to a moderate battle before a skin chest. And let's see. Another one of those. All right, so at 2, I'm going to put a phantom. And that's going to only leave me one battle after that, so it's not even worth trying to deal with the rogues. Okay, so I'm going to be, after the Phantom, I'll put down a monk. Unless I realize I miscalculated. But half an hour to see how this turns out. They're all like the Pyro from TF2, and they just don't know that they're in a war. Could be. They have good hearing. Well, I was going to suggest maybe sonar. Maybe they have sonar technology. Maybe like they're like bats and they just see it in their mind. A little according to class and low personality. Okay. I don't play those kind of games, so I don't really know how that impacts it. To be blurring the line of morality, for implied by the fact that Jagger referred to enemies as prey. See Jagger player doing some of the most unhinged tactics I've ever seen. Are they winning? If they're winning, you know what? It's valid. It's a war. Everything's fair in war. Got shot by Jigger, who was hiding in a pile of corpse. Saw him and looked right at him, but you moved because you thought he was dead. It worked! Or are you just annoyed because he got you? This outplay of the century, even commented. Even mad, that was creative. Jigger, who was hiding his traps on the ceiling of tunnels, because most people check the floor. Yes, yes, yes. People tend to forget that they live in a three-dimensional world. The trap distract when disarming. Yeah, I'm actually more impressed that the game allows that to happen, because most of the games also forget that they are set in a three-dimensional world. And there's simply no way for the game to differentiate ceiling from floor, so they can just put. I understand it, but as I said, it's still impressive to me that the game designers took that into account. Um, most games just ignore what's above the head of the character unless it's to hit your head on it. Um, and for the game, you can dig into it, either jump down from or to, snap people on dog, day you dog, grenade launcher, literal design specific to counter people who hide in the ceiling by being able to destroy terrain from range. Nice. You capitalize on that. Nice. Gamers don't look up. Well, many people don't look up. So no purpose beyond psychological warfare is the lantern. There's a lantern around their waist, both to help them see and take you to around corner that someone is there. Jigger can just plop a lantern down to fuck with people. Yeah. Well, that and distraction. I have a lantern around choke point and then just stare at it with a sniper. As the enemy is cornered, peeking, the lantern expects someone, just shoot them. Yep. Let's see if that doesn't explode. Shot to detonate. Intersect each other, but one is above the other. Jigger will go into the lower tunnel, plop some traps, then put dynamite on the ceiling. Footstep, explode the tunnel, get an unfortunate bastard into the trap. I play Mortician, you don't get medic, not patient. Clever enough for traps. One thing you're good at is micromanagement, keeping the idiot in the fight as long as possible. Well, it's good to know what you're good at. Not pushover, worth his medal, is always drugged the fuck up, carrying a sword, and isn't afraid to throw down, especially in close quarters. At this point in the game's culture, the sword has almost become synonymous with the mortician as a class. Read the chat before. Sorry, yeah, I may have missed the first. Missions, no pushover. The Mort Knight, most common mortician playstyle, where you forego the rifle for a more flexible sword and pistol playstyle. Or both. I'm busy. Am I good? Yes. It's just that, I tend to focus on that, and means I miss some of the shot at time. And one of the things that happens when only one person talks is that I don't get the different colors in names to to indicate that new information has come in. So after a while, I no longer see the text moving. I tried step slower for years. I don't know if it's gonna help. Like I said, it's just like the text. After a while, I no longer see it move. Added dual wielding recently. No longer do Morth Knight need to switch between the pistol and the sword. Can have both. Cool. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 39 enemies. And we are off. Ashler is in first place. Sigma's in second. Caboni's in third. I'm getting a lot of new people today. Well, looks like Sigma does have a new icon. Interesting. Ashler is in first place, 2 kill, 22 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 16 kill, 2 assist. Caboni is in third, 8 and 8. We've got vampires, we've got paladins, we've got bombers. We've got nobody wanting those. So, Gadolls, you get bombed. Severed Marlin gets a pal. Ashlu gets bitten. And we move on to a skin chest on the way to Thursday's scroll chest. And Phantom, right? Yes. Alrighty, it is past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I am above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. I get another refresh. And that is that. And I want to check this. I'm going to need 7. Yeah, that one I'm not going to bother with. Because I'm not playing tomorrow. So that's going to bring this down to 2 days, 1 day. Yeah, to 15 hours. So yeah, I'm not going to bother with the Phantom. I'm trying to finish that. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to look in on the viewer side. Where archers get purchased. I'm above 50k. I am above 55. Holy cow. I am above 60. Man. Game's generous with Archer Scroll today. Also, technically, the dual wielding is a feature of the sword as a weapon. You do it by holding a sword. You do it by holding a sword by having a pistol in your secondary shot. Since technically holding the sword, you forego any secondary function the pistol may have had. 10% fire rate penalty on the pistol while dual wielding. Still an incentive to switch to the sword. Switch off the sword and just hold the pistol. Revolver cannot fanfare while holding the sword, which is its main thing. I'm gonna combo better. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. So your pistol doesn't lose much, and none of them have secondary function. Talon forever does fire pretty quickly, so it's still good at long range. It might be too inaccurate. It's about what you're willing to sacrifice and what you're keeping. When it takes the biggest hit is the Grace Revolver. Slow gun, and while it doesn't have secondary function, the sheer lack of speed between shots too painful to deal with. Ironic, because under normal circumstances, this is arguably the game's best secondary. Could be why they implemented that. If it's intentional, the best pistol becomes bad. I Unless you can get in contact with the devs, you'll probably never find out. Hey, Pepe, welcome to the stream. Is this first person limited? Um, by definition, first person is limited. And yes, this is first person. Well, actually, no, I guess you could have first person wide. I mean, there would be ways to pull off first person wide. But it would need the right kind of framing device to the story being told. Because if the story was told in such a framing where the narrator or character is telling the story after everything has happened, then they can throw in extra information. But then it would have to be written in past tense. Yeah. You're still struggling with third person limited. Yeah, it can be. You see, I've always had an easier time with third person limited. The limited point of view has always been simpler for me. Wide, to me, makes the writing too difficult in the kind of story I tell, because I like to keep stuff hidden. I like to keep stuff that the reader doesn't know. And I find that third person wide makes it difficult to justify not telling the reader certain information because the narrator knows everything. So, you're gonna go get some food, serious production? Cool. Enjoy. And thank you for the follow, by the way. I just saw that real quick. And you know, it's all about practice, about training, and what we feel works better for us. I have a story that I'm writing, a personal story that I'm writing, that I'm forcing myself to go wide in it as an exercise. You're on chapter 8 of book 2, finally getting a grasp. I have not been showing. I have not been showing, not telling enough. Also, in the first draft, I don't care quite as much. Yeah, a little bit. when I would say earlier, so this book's gonna be juicy. Define. I guess it depends how you define juicy. Um, the CIA in this context is the um, unstoppable object that my characters have to deal with. They're not the antagonist, um, because there is a specific person behind all of this, uh, but they are the big problem that the characters need to deal with. And this is a first draft, so it's very, very clunky. Like this chapter is probably not going to be very long, but it's a first draft. So um, first draft for me is about making stuff happen, about basically putting the story down. Cleaning it up is a second draft stage, and at that point, I actually know what the story's like, what the story is. Hey, Hentu! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Yeah, 1,200 words is very small for me. But what is the next chapter going to be like? Okay, so I will be right back. Welcome back, Serious Production. Alrighty, well, the actual writing on my part is pretty much done today. As I said, it's a short chapter. So, if people want to chat, now is the time. No, not this one. Not after this battle. The one after that. Speaking of battle, we're going to have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 52 enemies. Zafara is in first place. Q is in second. Maggie is in third. Maggie tries for second, stays in third. Q is in second. Zay is in first. Maggie takes over second place. Q is in third. And, Maggie kills an epic. And we're done. I saw a shift at the last moment here. Don't know who went where, but I saw movement. Zefara is in first place, 1 kill, 13 assists. Maggie is in second place, 7 and 7. QS Creates is in third, 8 assists. We have gold! No lady, so the captain gets it. We've got a shinobi that no one is currently claiming. So, Mitiliak, you get a shinobi. And for the last battle of the day, before Christmas, we are going to a moderate one. I am not bothering with the rogues, since I can't finish that, so it is a monk. And we will go here. And, yeah, let's tag this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Oh, but while making food, just remember a funny in-game interaction you had the other day. Digging, there seems to be mini base. Out of the hole, you see one of their mortician healing himself. And turns around, looks at you, doesn't react right because he saw that I was holding a semi-automatic pistol. Then with the second shot, still doesn't react. And then you hit the third shot, that's when you start visibly panicking. Around like a headless chicken before he finally nailed the fourth and last shot. And seeing the escalation from just got a lucky shot, he can actually aim. I don't know if you're still around, Pepe, but this is the story I'm testing. I'm uh, forcing myself to go wide on it. I was just watching his brain rubbing two cells together a little too late. And the opening to this chapter is where I show my weakness. Like, part of what happens is that when I write, I I get into the zone, into modes, and I wrote the first the first few paragraphs. Like, I think the first four was written at the end of another session because I had time and I had this idea and I could never regain the tone of it. When you put your weakness up front, the better helps you over that empty page inside. You just tough it out. Well, again, like, this is an exercise. I do want to. The part of it is discovery writing. This is pure discovery writing. Like, I don't know what the story is. Um, I know the bad guy, the antagonist's goal. I know his methods, and I know the main character. I know what the twist ultimately is, although it's quite literally revealed up front. But I don't know. I get, like, but it is a side project in the extreme. Like it's the pure definition of a side project. Uh, I work on it when I have the idea, and I don't worry about it the rest of the time. But I do like rereading every so often, seeing if I have new ideas for it. Atoll. Yeah. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 41 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Diamond Silver's in second. Catacrack takes over second. Zay is in second. Cuddles is in second. Catacrack is in third. Cuddles is in second. Sigma's in first. Catacrack, Cuddles, and others have killed epics. And we're going up against the last batch, and we're basically done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 11 kill, 3 assist. Catacrack is in second place, 3 kill, 6 assist. Cuddles is in third with 9 kills. We have Saints. And nobody's claiming them. So, Sigma OS, Flukerogi have been sanctified. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Thursday morning, tomorrow being Christmas, I am taking it off. Placement will start at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time for a scroll chest. We will then have gold, the super boss, and the next super boss map. So, I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end. Alright, so that is done, I'm guessing. It's not like there's not a lot of people writing today. Yeah, I kind of wish you had a timer on here so that I know if you're coming back. Alright. Well, Hawk is playing for the words, so that's writing related. So. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back Thursday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Things will be a little different. I will be working on the Captain's Heart instead of the World Which Is. And in the afternoon, there will be a read and comment on Anx's story. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, good holidays, good weekend when it arrives.